Hello. Giving this another go. I have another day of work, and I decided I would do something productive. So I'm gonna do some stuff, some dungeon master homework. Tis ever the life of a DM to be constantly creating something or another. I wasn't sure what I really wanted to do, so I've loaded up the Stargate one shot. I'm gonna maybe do a little bit of work on that. But I might switch, depending on what people want to do if they turn up, I guess. That's one of those things. I think, like, if with sufficient interaction from people, I'm happy to veer off and do other things, show people how to, I don't know, design things, be it monsters, characters, adventures, specific, features, terrain, dungeons, whatever. I don't know. Whatever people want. I'm easy. I've been DMing a long time, and I feel like I'm reasonably good at it. People seem to like playing in my game, so I'm obviously doing something right. So anyway, the thing I did yesterday, and it might seem like I didn't make a lot of progress, but like I did, because what I did is something pretty interesting, which was designing how to fail forward this section of travel. Basically, travel is always a hard area to do. There tends to be like two classic methods of dealing with travel. One is skip it. That's a classic method, and I'm not against that method. Like, sometimes you don't need to cover every bit of travel. You can just say, okay, it's 4 days travel from this city to that city. It passes. Do a little bit of description of some things that happen, but don't actually play it out hour by hour or anything like that. I even have a D24 that I can roll to give myself a random arrival time, which I really like. Just roll that, and that's what time the players arrive. It's pretty fun. But the other method is the classic encounter table, right? People love doing that. But when it's a smaller bit of travel like this, which is just like a few hours, you kind of want to either skip it or experience it, right? You don't necessarily want a random encounter table for a few hours walk. So here we opened up with a survival check. But in the Stargate system, survival is a trained skill. So we can't rely on the players having ranks in that and being able to roll and beat the DC, even if we set the DC fairly low. So we have left that option open, so that if they fail their check, they're not stonewalled. They simply have to take a longer, more dangerous route down to the bottom. And what we put in is this chance to damage their radio, which is not devastating. Everyone gets a radio in Stargate, so they have 4 radios. But damaging the radio, potentially, like in the later section at the end, will make it trickier for them to stay in contact when they have to split up in order to pull 2 simultaneous levers in the ancient chamber, which is one of the things they'll have to do at the end. I haven't finished designing the ancient chamber. This is a difficult system to design for, if I'm honest with you. It took me... I've always wanted to run Stargate, but it's also like... It's so daunting coming up with a concept that is interesting enough to potentially... Because you're basically just writing an episode of Stargate, which is kind of wild. And I wanted to stay away from it just being immediately gold, which is why I've done this to sort of ease them in with a non-gold based mission that actually has some interesting My brain switched off. Some interesting ancient tech, I guess, is the word. If it's even ancient, I haven't decided yet. We might have to like look into some of the more obscure races in Stargate lore. It's been a while since I did a full. I've seen the whole SG-1 twice through, and I have recently been itching for a third watch. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to watch all of Stargate again. And really dig into those things. So one of the things we want to do is merge the long route and the short route, and have a little combat encounter with some native fauna, some sort of non-humanoid enemy that SG-12 can easily attack. And I know I've committed to SG-12. Like, there's a bunch of SG teams. This book actually lists about 20 of them, I think. I forget which one SG-12. I think SG-12 is medical based. Like, they're a medical response team or something. But I'm like, I'm rolling with the, just the classic. Each SG team is just a basically exploration, recon, a bit of everything unit, just like SG-1, right? And I picked SG-12 because I think you very rarely see them in the show. It's not one of the ones you get a lot of, because like I think you see a fair bit of like SG-4, and I think you see some of SG-9 at some point. But again, it's been a long time since I've watched this. And then we still need to decide what we're doing for the short route as well, because we definitely want one minor event on the short route. Should probably get my notes open. Where's my note file for this Stargate? Okay. I have falling rocks, and I also want on the long route like a little. Do I have the climbing section on the long route or the short route? I want a little climby section. Maybe we'll have that on both. Maybe that'll be what does the meetup section. Let me make a note of that. Paths meet climbing section. So it gives them a chance to get their climber's kit out, do a spot of climbing. And again, we'll fail that forward. So on the off chance they have absolutely no climbing gear, they can just fucking hand climb it. It's only a short section of wall. And if they fail, they land on their ass. No bit of wounded pride. Nothing too much to worry about. It's definitely going to suck more if they go through the long route, I think. But hey ho, right. I'm also debating whether the fauna is like flying creatures, because if we make it flying creatures, like a pack of bats that are disturbed, we can do like 4 sort of minimal CR, like CR quarter, CR third, and have it so that basically the beauty of having the group attacked by flying creatures is if you need to like panic nerf, you can just have them driven off. You can just be like, the next time somebody makes an attack with their gun, just be like, that seems to panic them, and they fly away. And the players won't realize that you've necessarily Deus Ex Machina'd them. Because you can do that as the DM. There are many interesting ways of intervening before a TPK that feel natural and justified by the situation. Of course, sometimes you've just got to TPK some fools. You know, if it's their own fault, just take them down. But like, it's not the best, especially like something like this where it's an introductory adventure. You don't want to like, oh, here's the first combat you've ever played in this system and you're dead. That's a terrible plan. So you've got to be careful. Sometimes you've got to pull your punches a little bit. You know, save the TPKs for the experienced players. So I think let me get this merged section together, and that might give me the bits that I need to go back and plug into the other thing once I can see where it goes. We'll just call this section the roots merge for now. Okay. Let me adjust my setup here so I can type easier. My keyboard is usually slightly off center to the left because I'm a gamer. So when I'm typing, I like to shift it a bit more central. Right. What we'll do is we'll cut into a descriptive section. And we will note both roots merge. So we need to approach this as though we're coming from either root. How would you see chimney smoke from? Maybe we should mention that earlier to indicate there's like a smithy or something. Maybe we don't need that much detail. I don't know. About long. And impassable. Impassable? Is that a word? Impassable? Yeah. That just makes sure that they don't attempt to like, I'll strip off all my gear and jump over, and then we'll do some rope shenanigans like that. problem with this is players are cowards. This is something you have to deal with a lot when you're DMing. Unless you've got like really good fucking players, you know, like you have this sort of newer breed of players that have grown up with Crit Roll and Burnley Moneygun's various Dimension 20 stuff, that have seen how much fun D&D can be if you just throw yourself into danger, right? That's the thing. D&D especially is it's a game of heroic fantasy. It falls apart very rapidly if you're a fucking coward. And it's something I struggled with a lot when I was like first learning how to DM. Was like you put all this cool shit together and then players are just too fucking scared to go anywhere, and it's just like they just miss all sorts of side quests and like, you know, treasure rooms and stuff. Like even like the current group I play with, like in our second ever campaign, there was a dwarven treasure tomb. I designed this tomb because they'd kind of like skipped a section earlier and had sort of like denied themselves some treasure. So I was rebalancing the wealth for the game. So I was like, okay, I'll have like a you know, a tomb that is like, it's full of treasure, but there's no real monsters. It's just a couple of traps to get through, and then a bit of nice loot at the end, just to sort of like feed them into it. And they found the entrance to the dwarven tomb and never went in. They were just like, well, that seems like a trap. Just carried on the adventure. And I was just like, fuck me, man. I can't give these guys loot by trying. And I had to find other ways to do it. I had to just wait for the next fight and just like up the amount of loot they found in that fight and the fight after that, and just drip feed it in that way. And the thing is, one of the characters was playing a dwarf as well. That's why I made it a dwarven tomb. I was like, you know, he was a dwarven factotum. I was like, this would be right up his alley. He's a, you know, not only is he a dwarf, he's a skill monkey. He's a, you know, an explorer. Nope. Just completely skipped it. It was hilarious. So don't be a coward if you're a D&D player. Get in there. Your DM has designed all this stuff to be fun. And yes, there will be danger, but there will also be lots of rewards. Not least of which is getting to actually play some D&D. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad, like making side quests that people don't do. But the point I'm getting to is, like I said, players are cowards. So you have to, like, a section like this where it's like, oh, you need to climb down the mountain. Players are instantly going to resist that. They're going to be like, that sounds stupid. I'm going to fall down a mountain. Which is why I've made it clear it's an easy climb, and we're going to give the DM some prodding. So the point is, we have to telegraph to the players that this is not lethal, right? That the risk is minor. So we'll give the DM something to work with. Uh, So if the players push back, play down the risk. Point out there's risk, but not lethal risk. And then push them down that goddamn mountain. And then we're going to decide how hard it is and what the penalty for failure is here. So I mean, climb is generally a strength-based skill. I'm just checking in case it's anything different. Strength with armor check penalty. Okay, so we do want to take the armor check penalty into account. What are the armor check penalties like in this system? This is, it's Stargate, but it applies to D&D as well. Consider armor check penalties when you're doing climbing DCs. And if you're playing the older editions like 3rd, consider the ability to take 10 as well, because if you set the DC so low they can just auto succeed on a 10, then you're kind of doing yourself out of a decent roll. So you're just making it succeed automatically. The ideal pitch is where at least one person can take 10, like the person who's best kitted, and the others would have to roll, right? Okay. Light armor is all armor check penalty 1. I don't think anyone's going to be wearing fucking Kevlar at a -2, but even so, definitely no one in an assault vest or flak, I doubt. And if they do, fucking tough shit. They can take that shit off. So worst case scenario, ACP of 2. Most likely scenario, ACP of 1. What about in the bundles? What is basic? So I'd imagine the officer's the guy who's most likely to pick up some armor. Standard SG team bundle. 2 sets of standard BDUs. Which on its own I do not think has a check penalty. I think armor is pretty much done through gear picks by the looks of it. Oh, some of the mission bundles have armor, but not all of them. Yeah, really only... I don't think any of the bundles we've singled out are going to have armor. So we're probably good here. So I guess we consider the best case scenario to be 4 ranks in climb with a +3 strength mod. Which means you want to peg it at 17 or lower for the DC, allowing the strongest characters to take 10 on the roll. And the lower we push that, the easier it is for other people to take 10. So someone with no ranks and, let's say, a 2 strength mod can take 10 on a DC 12, so we probably want it higher than a 12. So already we've narrowed it down to between 12 and 17. And to be honest, those are probably like the scenarios, because I think there's very few people that's going to put like at level 1, like most people will put 4 points in a skill or no points in a skill, right? There's very few people that are putting a couple of points here and there in skills, unless they're, you know, me. But some people do. Like, I've certainly taught my players about the classic what we call value ranks. So 3rd edition has this thing where certain skills you can't roll if you're not trained in. So like if you don't have a rank in Knowledge Arcana, you cannot roll Knowledge Arcana. So if it's a class skill for you, like if you have a lot of like trained skills and not a lot of skill points, it is worth buying a single rank in that skill just so you can roll it. Because like, let's say I have a +4 intelligence modifier, right? But I'm not necessarily someone who's gonna take Arcana. Like, I mean, oh God, I'm trying to think of like an Arcana is a bad choice, because anyone who's got Arcana on their skill list probably should put 4 ranks in Arcana. But let's say I'm a factotum where I have access to all skills. That really sort of showcases how you do this. You put 1 point in Arcana, and now you've gone from not being able to roll to having a +5 in Arcana, +1 from your rank, +4 from your int mod. It's a thing bards and rogues want to be doing. They get a lot of skill points, but a lot of trained skills. And even things that you think aren't going to come up, like if you're a rogue, you're busy, you're putting your ranks in hide, you're putting your ranks in spot, you're putting ranks in search, you know, stuff that's going to be useful to a rogue. Put 1 rank in forgery, and boom, you've now got, you know, assuming you've probably got a +1, +2 int mod, depending on how well you rolled, you've now got like a +2 or a +3 in forgery, whereas before you just wouldn't have had a flat roll at all. And that is good value. And it's arguably even more valuable than just dumping points into hide, because it's like, yeah, okay, you want to put 4 points in hide, you're a rogue. You've also already got like probably a +4, +5 dex mod. So it's like, realistically, at level 1, the difference between hitting 18, 19 and hitting 17, not a huge difference. You can afford to like put 3 ranks in hide and put 1 value rank somewhere else. At some point, I'm going to write a thing of how to play the various classes, how to play them well. Like, not necessarily how to min-max, because that's a different talent altogether, and it's a bit sad. Because at that point, I mean, if that's how you get your fun, I'm not gonna yuck your yum, but there's more fun to be had not being perfect, you know. So we're pegging this between 12 and 17. Yeah. I mean, the guide in the book is suggesting 15. So let's, like, you know, if you're the guy who's got 2 points in climb from your strength mod, you need a 13. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's a 30% success chance. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Count on my fingers. 7 5s, 35. 35% success chance. That's not great. That's a pretty high chance of falling. If we drop that to a 14, gives you a 40%. That's a little bit more consistent. So I think we peg it at a 14. Let me just note that for a moment. Right, so also, what bonuses do they get from the climbing kit? I guess we kind of want the climbing kit to make it much more viable. So I don't mind if they're pretty much guaranteed to succeed with the climbing gear, because then it justifies bringing the climbing gear, right? Sometimes you want to pay, pay off those decisions, the preparation. You see a lot of people like trying to shut down things that players plan for and stuff like that. Like, how do I avoid my players doing this? It's like, don't avoid your players doing that. Lean into it. Expect them to do that. The sets for climb check, you will move up, down, or across the wall a quarter of your speed rounded down. Scan check is determined by the surface and the climbing conditions. Catch yourself whilst falling. So I think we override the falling rules here and make it so that the climbing check kit actually helps you with that. So let's break this down. Hello in chat, Metal Dice Maiden. Welcome. You are the first. So if someone does fall, they're not going to fall on the entire match, just in that section. Or worse, they might wrench an ankle or get a few bruises. I am fielding questions, by the way. Don't feel like you have to sit there in silence. If you came for questions, I will answer any sort of DMing-based advice that you're seeking, or even player-based advice. What am I working on? I am working on, I know I've tagged it as D&D. Technically, it is the D&D 3rd edition system, but it's a Stargate. There is a Stargate D20 system. But I mean, adventure creation is the same across pretty much any TTRPG system you're going to play. The basic concepts hold true regardless. So this is a sort of a Stargate adventure in which I'm designing the first section, which is climbing down from the Stargate to a village, which is in a valley. The Stargate is partially up a mountain. So one of the first things I've done is had this survival check to find a route down. And depending on whether you pass or fail your survival check, you have to take either the short, safer route or the longer, more dangerous route. So I've designed some hazards for those, and then the routes are going to merge with like a couple of final hazards. One sort of climbing section, and then a little bit of combat, just to warm the players up. But again, it's a climbing danger is a worry for players. I said this a little bit earlier while I was sat here on my own. Players are cowards. So one of the most important things here is to telegraph that this is not a lethal risk. Because otherwise, players are just not going to want to climb down a mountain. Okay. If we give them a +1, that still won't let them take 10, but it will increase their success chance by 5%. So give the players a +1. This will be a circumstance bonus in 3 parlance. On their check, if they have climbing kit. Right, we can take that note out. Oops. On a fail. And this is where we override the rules on catching yourself while falling to give you a bonus with the kit. You're the kind of player that would try to make a glider and fly down. I mean, wow. I mean, I wouldn't be against you trying to pull that off. I mean, it'd be an interesting system to try that in. Because the great thing about the Stargate system is it's not as lethal as D&D. Because it's set in TV physics. So, for example, like if you lose a fight, the Goa'uld are not going to kill you. They're going to take you captive. SG will never get killed in the show. The Goa'uld capture them and put them in a prison where they can escape and learn more about the Ghoul plans, right? And that is the sort of premise you go into this system with, of like failing is not necessarily death. In fact, failing will almost never be death in this system. You know, worst case scenario, you get captured and a different SG team has to come and rescue you. And who knows, the players could play that rescue team. That's always a fun thing. Go rescue your previous characters, you idiots. Because of that, it's really good practice in failing forward, which is something you can carry through into other systems as well, especially D&D. It's one of the sort of most rookiest DM mistakes is to you look for opportunities to put skill checks in, and then you accidentally hide the progression behind a skill check. So the players fail a skill check and now cannot progress the story because it's like, you know, they can't enter the place, or they can't find the thing they need, or they can't, you know, get the info they require. So you have to consider what the actual consequences for failure are when success is necessary. So, for example, there's no point my survival check meaning you don't find a path down the mountain, because then that's the end of the adventure. You failed to find a way down the mountain. So the failure is if you fail the check, the route you take down the mountain is longer and more hazardous. You know, you're a DM for a homebrew horror campaign using 5.5e. Nice. How are you finding 5.5e as a DM compared to 5e itself? I haven't played the update, but I come from a 3rd edition background, and whilst I think 5e is super fun to play, I hate DMing it. I hate creating monsters for it because the rules don't make any fucking sense. Man. My last one shot I did is I made it for both 3rd and 5th edition. And doing the 3rd edition monster stats was a breeze. It took about 15 minutes, and doing the 5e monsters took like 2 hours. At the moment, they're only level 1. Interesting. I can't remember the last time I actually started at level 1. Again, I think that comes from a 3rd edition background of like starting at level 2 to 3 is less lethal. Because back in 3rd edition, wizards, bless them, only have a d4 hit dice, so it's very easy to accidentally one-shot a wizard, even if you're just throwing a goblin at them. It can happen. But for 5e, at 5e you're a little bit more robust. You know, even level 1s have got some survivability. The short rest system helps a lot with that. Saddle Monks, it's the first time with this system. Nice. On your podcast, isn't it? Excellent. Have you DM'd a long time then, or are you fairly new to DMing? I'm tempted to say this is a reflex save, even though the game says it's a climb check. They're going to attempt to catch themselves while falling. And this should be a difficult save, I think. I think we'll make it DC. I think a DC 14, and then we'll lower it for people with a kit. or we'll give them a +1 from the kit, I think. 5 years on and off, more in depth and consistent for the last two. And are you mostly running campaigns, or do you run one shots as well? One shots for things like Christmas. Man, I've never done any sort of holiday themed one shots. I see the appeal. I really enjoyed the Critical Role one where we first got to see Travis playing the psycho gnome. That was so much fun, man. Chutney the gnome. Oh my god. He leaned into that so well. So one shots for Christmas with the same party, and do you consider it canonical, or is it like alternate universe when you do the Christmas one shot? Is it like a separate canon, even though it's the same party? Let's give them a +2 on the save if they've got the climb kit, I think. They're almost certainly going to succeed then, and it makes logical sense because they'd have like ropes. And how they play stupid characters, etc. Party, I mean my normal table. Oh, just with the same actual group. Gotcha. Do they play stupid characters? I love that. I love stupid characters. Let me tell you about my character I made recently. I don't get to play. I'm a forever DM, right? No one ever runs any games for me. But I make characters all the time, and most of them just end up becoming NPCs. And I don't know why, but the other day I made a character that is a horse. An actual horse. But he's psychic. He's a psychic horse. Do I have a copy of that on here somewhere? I think I do. Hold on. Where is he? Be in my character folder. I'll do this. This is Rasputin, my horse. No, not an anthropomorphized horse like BoJack Horseman, but there is in third edition. There is you can play anthropomorphized animals. There are templates in Savage Species. No, this is a horse that was awakened by a druid, so he's a literal horse just with hooves, but he's a scion. Because psionics in third edition is like magic, but there's no somatic components. So my horse can cast magic. So he has Sonic Charm, Mind Thrust, Energy Ray, Read Thoughts, Psionic Suggestion, Cloud Mind, which makes you forget you saw him, and Energy Push, which is like allows him to push you over. He also has the feats Psionic Fist and Greater Psionic Fist, which basically allows him to like meditate for a turn and then deliver like just the most insane hoof attack that does like 5d6 damage. And I was considering giving him enchanted horseshoes, but I wasn't sure if that was too ridiculous. But he's the world's smartest horse, or so he claims. The fact that he's even able to claim this goes some way to proving it. But no one's ever going to believe you, Rasputin reminds you as he crushes your mind with his psionic powers. And he basically just gets drunk a lot. He's discovered that he can manipulate humans into giving him beer, And he's just out there living his best horsey life, just conning humans into giving them alcohol and then wiping their minds so they never remember. And this is probably why I'm not allowed to play. But that's how to have fun with it, for sure. So yeah, I make a lot of crap like that. Sometimes you gotta, you know. It was a fun exercise. I just had that idea rolling around in my brain of like, imagine I awakened a horse. What could I do with it? And I was like, oh, a barbarian or a monk or something. And then I was just like, oh my god, I've got the best idea. I love it. But that's the beauty of third edition. Like all the rules to do something like that just exist. In fifth edition, like trying to make that character would be a nightmare. Whereas in third edition, there are rules for being a horse. As stupid as it sounds, there are rules. Yeah, the players that think outside the lines of the code but end up becoming DMs, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But it's like I feel like it's also like our responsibility as DMs to find those players that make good DMs and help them achieve their dreams as well. As a player in my game called Urquhart, and he thinks like a DM, he just doesn't realize it. The amount of times he has predicted what I'm doing before it becomes apparent to the other players. He's so good at calling me out on like where I'm taking the story and or like little things that I, you know, like little sneaky things I'm about to do and stuff. And he's just like, he's all over that shit. And I'm like, man, you need to learn to DM because you would be perfect at this. Because his brain just goes straight to the most, you know, the most logical, like, what would be the most fun thing to happen right now? Probably this. And I'm like, yep, that's what I had planned. Right. So we've got a little bit of a climbing thing. On fail. We'll keep it light. 1d4 damage. There's no need to go crazy with it. Because they're going to have a combat. And even though it's easier to heal in Stargate, we still don't want to damage them too much. The player. Players at the bottom taking 1d4 damage. It is otherwise unharmed. We should probably just quickly note on success. Making a second climb check if they haven't already, just so it's clear. So even if they catch themselves, they just move on to the second climb check. They don't have to remake the same climb check. That's fine. Okay. We'll fix typos as we go. It'll get a, when I finish, it'll get a full pass so that I can actually fix the writing of it. This is still the draft stage. We'll especially have to do some work on this descriptive section. Players press on the final leg of their journey. I'll have to tidy that section up later. That's awful. Right, so let's take a look at this monster we're going to put together. Because this needs to be relatively weak. Now, the book does present an Aberdonian lizard, which I think is probably what we're going to modify. I have a bestiary in a PDF. What have we got here? NPCs? Nope. New fauna 163. Do we have here? Oh, what if we give them like a little lockdown rather than damage? So if we give them a sort of like almost like a shriek attack that makes someone essentially pass their turn panicking. We'd allow a will save for it. I mean, the stronger willed characters will be the ones fighting them off. That's a pretty good idea. Okay, so we're going to have to sort of freestyle this, I think. So the way they present the stats is very similar to 3rd edition. So I'm just going to copy the way they've done the stat block just as we go. We'll come up with a name for this creature in a moment. Flying creature. So this is gonna be an animal. It is gonna be size. Oh, they do CR at the top as well. That's weird. CR. I mean, I'll tentatively peg it at a 3rd, and we'll see how it goes. We'll go small, so they're not too hard to hit. Right. Already we have a stat W/VP. We'll have to look up that. I think. Oh, that's wounds and vitality points. Which is basically hit points. So let's refresh our memory on how we do the wound system. So the Aberdonian lizard has 2 actual hit points, which is the VP. So I think the idea is once it loses those, it takes penalties, and then you sort of shred through the wounds. Damage normal 380. Right, so wound points are a character's capacity to absorb physical trauma and his ability to sustain injury. A character suffers no ill effects from damage until his vitality or his wound points drop to 0. He suffers 50 or more points. That's not going to happen. When a character's vitality is 0, he's fatigued. When his wounds are 0, he's unconscious. So does it just overspill? It's a surprisingly complicated system. Man, there's like a little breakdown of combat that is like insanely complicated. I mean, this just bypasses wounds straight away and just goes into vitality negatives for dying. So we need to know what the difference is here. Let's have a look-see in the index. Wound points, page 134. Okay. Yeah. Get out of here, bot. I think I was born yesterday. God damn. The bot distracted me. I've forgotten what page I was looking for. Wounds. 134, 137. Vitality and wound points, right. Mechanics gains a level, no. Okay. Why does it not specify when you take wound damage? Five, 4. There we go. Character's maximum wound points are always equal to its con score. Wound points represent the character's ability to sustain injury. When a character's wound points reduce to 0, it falls unconscious. Player's main vision of the character is shrugging of countless bullet wounds, blah blah blah. It still doesn't specify though. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Do damage rolls. Normal damage reduces the target's vitality and wounds. Okay. But which? Which, when, and why? Is it based on weapon? Surely not. I'm gonna have to have a Google. I'm gonna have a cheeky Google because I can't figure it out. Let's have a look. So, what? So it is just an overflow. The character has 0 fewer vitality points. Any additional damage directly reduces their wound points. When a character is struck by a critical hit bypasses vitality and applies straight to the wounds. Right. Thanks, Reddit. So if the creature has 5/2, I see. So if you instantly rolled a crit and dealt 5 damage, it would kill it outright. That's what we're getting at. Okay. So we need to check the average damage on the P90, which is what most players are going to be armed with. And DM homework involves a lot of numbers. You know, you don't need to know a lot about math. You just got to accept the fact that you're going to have to use a lot of it. Guns, guns, guns. Where are the guns at? Rocket launcher, flamethrower, submachine gun. That's durability. I want combat stats. Firearms. FNP 90. Here we go. With 5/7 ammo. Damage is D10 +1. Okay. So 2 to 11. With an average of 5.5 +1, 6.5. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, so 5/2, you can expect them to potentially kill one each hit with a chance of it surviving. Okay, I see where that goes. In that case, we would definitely want 4 of these things if we're aiming for that. I'm not against that as a stat. That feels sufficient. You're almost guaranteed to kill one, maybe two. Even a chance they wipe them all in the first round of combat. We'll take it. Okay. So we'll lean into that. We'll give it 5 wounds, 2 vitality points. And I think that'll be fairly rounded. So then initiative's going to be equal to its dex. We're going to buff its dex because it's flying. We're going to sort of do this on the fly. We'll give it a +1. Which means we're pegging its dex around 12. Speed. I mean, we're gonna give it 30 foot. It's a flying creature. And we're gonna. So they use the word def instead of AC here, but it's the same calculation. So it's 10 plus. It'll be a +1 size. So we're giving it +1 from dex. +1 size, +1 dex gives us AC 12. We probably want to give it a little bit of natural. So assuming... What stat do they attack with for a firearm? Surely dex, right? Right. Range attacks. With any standard ranged weapon, the character may attack within the maximum range. Blah blah blah. Let's see page 350 for the attack breakdown. Yeah, Bab Dex and a range modifier. Right. Range modifier. All range weapons possess a range increment such as 30 foot for a P90 unless otherwise specified. Okay, so that's just a way of working in the range increments. That's fine. We know how range increments work. So we will assume close quarters combat, no range increment. Bab of +1 on a soldier with potentially a 3 dex mod means an average of 4 hitting AC 14 50% of the time. We'll give it 1 natural and go for AC 13 then. That feels like that's pretty hittable most of the time and a slight struggle for the civilians. Represents their fast-paced nature. And as I say, we can fail this forward and, like, you know, if this fight does threaten to spill out, we can simply have the gunfire drive them away at a time of our choosing in a little bit of Deus Ex Machina. Cleverly disguised, of course. You never want your players to know you're doing that. Never show your players that you're nerfing. But if you do it in a convincing enough fashion, they'll never know. So we'll have a bite attack, I suppose. We'll give them... I don't want to do too much damage, so I'll give them a +2 to hit. For 1d3 damage. A fun chance for DMs to get their D3s out. So 1d3 damage. And just like this creature, we'll give them no error, no threats. Because these are only weak enemies. They even write their face and reach out unnecessarily complicated here. Interesting. They went for damage reduction here, so I'm gonna give them just a smidge of damage reduction because they should be fairly weak flying creatures. Let's we'll go for a +1 fort, a +3 reflex, and a will 0, I think. Right, we're gonna go strength 15. Although, I mean, some of that will be bad. No, let's go. Strength 12, Dex 13, Con 10, in they've got int 5 on an animal, which is just wild. I'm going int 2. In fact, I'm going int 1. Yeah, we'll go Wiz 10, Car 5. In fact, Car 3. Fuck it. Skills. They're only going to have one set, so we're just going to give them a +7 hide. And that should do. Feats none, which is what they've got on this creature, so we'll go with it. Okay. It feels beatable. For 4, and then we need a name. We need a cool name for our flying creature that we've made. What do we name it? What do we want to name this bloody thing? What about a Shabbath? Lamb. Okay. Done. Easy. Right. The players climb which is basic climb was 2 climb checks. Level 4. Picking some cats also falling with a reflex of DC 14. Oh yeah. Just in case the DM see the discrepancy there, we'll point out use this rule, not the standard climbing rules. Right. So we probably want to describe these creatures as they attack. So I think we pop our description in here. An eruption is the word I'm looking for. An eruption of high-pitched squeaking. Squeaking? Bring pressure on the sudden plants get an eruption of high-pitched squeaking as a swarm of flying creatures explode from a hidden cave entrance just outside of peripheral vision. Some of the creatures fly away. There's a wheel around. We also need to give them the special attack. What shall we call it? Going to be a fear attack. We'll call it cause panic. Good. It's like bodies, needle sharp teeth, and black oily front facing eyes. Should say each round, not each turn. Gotta stick with that terminology. Each round, 2 Shabbaths will use their cause panic ability in order to attack. I mean, that's pretty straightforward tactics there, but we'll just lay it out. And let's just describe the cause panic. But no, because that they'd be panicking. So I think they'd offset the any bonus they'd get from shrinking down physically in size. Shabbat talks about its high-pitched shriek cause them to panic, hunkering down for their turn, taking no action. Will save negates. DC 12. Okay. Feels pretty straightforward. So, what do we still need? We still need the short route with a single event and one more event for the long route. Let's get the short route out of the way. Do we do the falling rocks? We've done the climbing section. Yeah, I think we move on to the falling rocks. And then we'll have to have a little think about what we're going to do for the last bit of the long route. Okay. So we'll open with the same description. Now it appears to be the beginning of a path that might lead down the mountain. Dangerous. Man, I think I defaulted to the American spelling there. I get that a lot. It's the problem with being chronically online. You get so overexposed to American spelling that it infiltrates my brain and becomes the norm. Especially with words like I went through a phase when I was first learning HTML back in the day of like just for like years I was still spelling center with a C and TER because originally it didn't work if you spelled it the British way. I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Right, so the ground is dry and looks treacherous in places. Remain sturdy underfoot. Sure, I can come up with a better description than that at some point. Remain sturdy underfoot. I need a synonym for occasional. I can't keep putting occasional. I use that word far too much. Give me a synonym. Intermittent. Thank you. Intermittent signs of what would be an interesting colour for birds? What did I type there? uh... Do, 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 do. What are mountains made of? Like granite? Basalt? Schist or gneiss? Nice. Okay, let's do some rock research. Welcome to the life of a DM. Googling fucking rocks. Schist is a medium-grained metamorphic rock defined by its prominent layering. Schistosity. Of course. Of course. And gneiss. Okay, gneiss is more strated banded rock. So I think it's schist we're going with. Why am I putting this in, you might ask? That's what I do. I mean, I guess we should specifically ask what the Cheyenne Mountains are made of, right? Because Cheyenne, because that's where the SGC is. Is it Cheyenne? It's granite. Pikes Peak granite. Okay. I feel like we don't need a geology check on this. As much as I would love to sort of slip that in. See, Wikipedia says it's limestone. It's igneous rocks, plural. The Northern Peak. Cheyenne Mountain has only one major rock type, granite, which is also located on Pikes Peak, with quartz-bearing minerals and granular rocks that have potassium feldspar being a chief material. Cheyenne Mountain began by mountain-building forces of solid granite rising to a high elevation roughly 65 million years ago. It shoved out younger rocks and rock formations as the upheaval release of pressure on granite continued to expand and as a result caused multiple joints and fractures. Right. So it's granite. We'll go with that. My God. Spelling. Cheyenne. Okay. We'll mention the heat a little bit. Right. Should I have to able to kind of dangerous within a hurry? Bang. Right. And then rocks fall. If we're going on DC 12, they're almost guaranteed to pass, so the failure will be fairly minor. Probably go 1d6 damage on this. Merge, not meet. Excellent. Right. Short route pretty much complete. Long route still want a hazard. Oh man. I mean, the obvious thing is some sort of plant. Or do we think 2 is enough? On the one hand, we've got potential for 1d6 damage with a low DC. Here, we've got potential for a damage radio with a low DC. Could up the DC of the reflex save, maybe. And then a save against the heat to damage everyone. What if we have a monkey steal something? Is that an insane idea? You know how like chimps will just like climb on you and steal your water bottle and run away? What kind of small things might people have in an equipment bundle that they could lose? Flashlight, maybe. Hmm. What do we think to a flashlight? Thing is, we've already broken a radio. I feel like breaking another bit of kit is probably a bit harsh. Maybe we'll let them carry on. I can always come back and slot something in there if I think of anything. But for now, I mean, I can't think of anything. I don't want to deal them more damage necessarily. Although I'm not against it. I don't want to destroy any more equipment. I don't think there's much else we can use as a penalty. The other thing is like something that would give them a diplomatic, like a -1 when they meet the people, but it is kind of crucial that they find a way to mediate with those people. But we could do something that gives them an immediately hostile attitude, perhaps, or that makes one person unlikely to help them. But I don't know what it would be. And then the alternative idea we had was maybe like some sort of poison. Oh, what about like a rash, like poison ivy, that the villagers can heal with a specific ointment. That would be good. I don't hate that idea. So it's no actual damage, or even just some subdual damage, minimal subdual damage, like a 1 or a D2. Um, but it will give them a notable rash. Yeah. Let's not do this in italics. Let's do it regular. As continue, the person in the lead. And then we'll give that as a descriptor text as well. Let me think about this. Do we allow a save or just no? I think we just do 1d2 subdual. No save. Take 1d2 subdual damage. Okay. Okay. Right, that brings us up to the merge section nicely. So short route complete, long route complete. Merge section feels pretty good. Question mark. We have our creature. So we should make sure that the short route crew get the same XP the long route crew do for fighting the Shabbath, but without having to fight. So let's see. I assume their XP system is ripped directly from 3rd edition. Uh, bu- 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 So they don't award it per creature, they just split it. They basically milestone it. Right. So throughout a mission, award 110 to 120% of the XP needed to gain a level. So yeah, so we probably want to award. Oh my god, let me think about this. Maybe 10% for this section. Award XP at the end of the scene, never mid-scene. Okay. So we will award the XP on the walk to the village. Give 10%. I assume it's 1,000 XP to level up, right? We have an XP table here. A lot of this looks like it's verbatim 3rd edition. I'm not seeing a XP table. So I'm gonna assume if it's not in the class section that they're following 3rd edition precisely. Because if in doubt, fall back on the 3rd edition player's handbook. So we assume it's 1,000, then we'll assign 100 XP for successfully navigating the mountain path either way. So that would be basically after the Shabbat fight. Well, the short path still has to fight these things anyway, right? I don't know why I was overthinking that. We'll put a note about failing forward here as well. I don't think they'll need to do this because of the action dice system, but just in case. So, with the enemy dealt with. Treed a word? Treed. Do I need another E in there? Treed. Treed. I guess forested. Treed is in the dictionary. But maybe forested is a bit more... skip through it. Right. So next up, we have a village of farmers to introduce. We're going to need a name for them. Oh, I see some lurkers. Hello, lurkers. Okay. Oh, an award XP. Let's quickly just slap that in as well. For the long for the group promotion. Award. The group. 100 XP each for having reached the barrage. Okay. And for now, I guess we'll just call that next section the village. So, let's go back over what we've got here. Oh my god. Where did we start from? Gate room was fine. Stepping through the gate, short route. So, DC 13's 5-1 mountain check. Short route leads into fairly simple descriptive section and then the rockfall. And that's it. Straight over to the merged routes. Long routes, more of a description of the heat, slightly more dangerous description of the path itself. DC 14 reflex save for the radio damage. That feels fine, I think. And DC 14 fort save for the heat damage. That almost guarantees that they will take more damage than the short route. And even if the short route is taking 1d6 and this group's taking 1d4, more of them will take the 1d4, I think. And then the rash, which we need to remember to work back into it. And then the routes merge. We have the climbing section, which rewards the players that brought the climbing gear. Then we have the little fight with the Shabbath. In fact, let's pluralize that with a non-plural. I think that makes more sense. We didn't meet that well, blah, blah, blah. Arrive at the village, and then we're going to have to describe the approach to the village. Oh, I hate describing terrain. It sucks. Okay. We need to have a think about this village and how we're going to describe it. We need to know what the people are wearing. We need to know what the houses look like. We already know their tech level is going to be basically Middle Ages. So they're going to have things like a smithy, They're going to have fairly simple single-level housing. And it's an arid environment. Man, I like... I'm thinking like round, almost clay-like huts. Because they wouldn't have glazing, right? Would be more likely to have like open windows with some sort of covering that keep flying critters out. So like bead curtains almost. And possibly colored, like maybe like a red clay that when it dries gives them like basically a sort of pale orange almost building material. Is round silly? Like how common are round huts compared to square huts? Probably uncommon, right? But do we want to go uncommon? It is an alien planet. We've got to make that decision of how Earth-like we want it. So let's have a look. How common are round huts? Common amongst the Native Americans. British Iron Age had round houses. Okay, sure. They're a little flatter than I expected. But that is specifically a round house rather than a round hut. That's sort of more likely. Like an Ethiopian hut. Ha! But maybe a bit less shit. Sorry, Ethiopia, no offense, but that is an appalling hut. I'm sure it's very comfortable inside, it just looks crap. But certainly something along those lines. Now, they have... I don't know if it's straw, but dry grasses maybe as the roof, which I guess makes sense with it being arid here as well. So we probably want to include that on the description. So let me make a few notes here. Orange clay, dried grasses, conical roof. We'll work all this into our description as we go. Orange clay, dried grasses, round dwelling. What else? What else do we want to include in our visual description? We also want to include mention of a smithy with smoke rising. And maybe cooking smells, maybe like so food prep short group, meal just finished long group. We'll need to think about clothing for the people as well. So we know they're farmers. Let's have a quick look at some Middle Ages agrarian clothing. Medieval workwear. Linen. Yeah, probably linen in hot environment, right? Maybe shirtless men. Some shirtless, some wearing linen. Yeah, like a loose-fitting linen shirt. I think that works fine. What the linen trousers look like? Okay. Okay. I have that in my brain. We also need to describe the people as well. We want to think about skin color, hair color, eye color, perhaps. Maybe even consider average height. And again, how close or far. Like, I guess we want them. Obviously, they're going to be humanoid, but we want, like, one distinguishing feature that sets them apart, right? So this could be like an unusual hair color, some sort of unusual like skin feature. So we'll pencil that in. One unusual feature. So loose fitting linen clothing. Let's say trousers on both genders, because I don't think the women would be in skirts. We're gonna paint these as a very practical people. Shirtless, shortless, shitless. Some men shitless. Let's fit in linen clothing. Trousers on both genders. Some men shirtless. I don't want to say stained by Earth, but you get the vibe, right? The sense of work. Smudges. Earthy smudges. So they're probably not going to be white living in this arid environment. Do we... I don't think we want to make them black, like African black, though, because the whole point of this planet is like the aridity is not its natural state. The aridity is something that has arisen recently. So they wouldn't necessarily have been living in this arid environment the whole time. So we want down the paler end of the spectrum. So I'm thinking maybe sort of Mediterranean. So maybe sort of olive skinned, rather than leaning in towards sort of India. So I'm gonna pencil that in. Olive skinned, which naturally lends itself to dark hair, right? I'm thinking sort of like almost like Brazil, right? Like Rio, something like that. Just Google some people from Rio. How dark skinned are people from Rio? Yeah, it's much sort of like a sort of light tan, right? I mean, obviously there's a mix, there's a spectrum, but in general, it's very much that sort of Latin tan. And given that these are in the valleys, I think we then make the people from the hills slightly darker. So from there, we move into sort of the paler side of black. Yeah. In which case, we give the Hill Dwellers shorter hair. I think we give these guys long hair. Or like medium length, because they are still workers, I guess. So dark hair. We'll put generally shoulder length on both genders, right? Almost like a Hawaiian kind of style of hair, right? Okay. Which then opens the question of tattoos. Maybe that could be the unusual feature. Maybe we have heavy tattoo use here. Like maybe something Maori, like maybe facial tattoos is the vibe. I'm not completely sold on that, but we'll keep it in the bag. We'll pencil that in as well. Okay. Right. Orange clay, dried crushes, conical roof, round dwelling, windows. So no windows. Bead curtains. Like you know the thing. They're like it's string with like bamboo, and then like little beads threaded on. Smithy with smoke rising, cooking smells. Noise, maybe singing. Like maybe the kind of, singing while you work kind of thing. We're also going to have to figure out how we're dealing with the language thing as well. We might have to just downplay that and just go in hard on default English, because we don't have time for them to fucking pick up the language. Hmm. I'm just checking the languages skill in the book to see what sort of guidelines they have, if anything, on that sort of stuff. Because if it's just a check to understand a language, here we go, languages. So that's for homeworld languages. Oh, so we could just have them just speak Spanish or something like that, maybe. So recommended Earth languages: Afrikaans, American Sign Languages, Apache, Arabic Modern, Armenian, Assyrian, Azerbaijani. Jesus Christ, this goes into a full list. Tagalog, Thai, Turkish. Okay. Okay. So we can't guarantee that anyone is going to take Spanish, but surely someone would, right? Surely. Native homeworld languages. Most SUC recruits are American, and therefore all do not speak English as a native. Gain English as a fluent language for free. Every character gains a number of bonus native languages equal to his intelligence modifier, minimum of 0. Okay. So that's contingent on someone having a modifier of +1 and choosing Spanish at the very least. Or we set that up at the start. Make sure someone speaks Spanish. Or we just go in with fine, they speak English, which might be the easier way. And then we just, yeah, okay. We fail that forward. So they speak Spanish if anyone knows Spanish for better flavor. But if not, default to English because it's going to be mandatory to communicate with these people. And we'll flesh that out. We'll hint that they are more fluent if going down the Spanish route, and if we're going down the English route, they are. It's a different dialect of English, so it's a little bit harder to communicate with them. And we'll represent that by having slightly higher diplomacy DCs if it's the English route, thereby rewarding the people that chose to speak Spanish. How's that? Okay. And Cryptis is a nice variant and a nice little reward for the people that put the effort in at character creation. What else? Thinking about working, speaking Spanish. Dark hair, generally shoulder length. Do they wear anything in their hair? I don't think so. I think they're the kind of people that would just ponytail it up during the workday and let it down again at night. Okay, jewelry. People tend to have jewelry. And because these are not beach dwellers, shell is out, so I'm thinking lean towards sort of lacquered wood, painted wood. I don't think earrings would be common, but maybe bracelets. Let's go for lacquered wooden bracelets. Multicolored. What else? Oh, we need a name as well for their tribe. I think we name the village and derive it from there. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Let's start thinking about this description. With I'm gonna put. I don't want like really high. What conical roofs? Man, what do you call those? What do you call those fucking bead curtains? Do they have a name? People just call them bead curtains. Portiere. Ooh, a portiere. No, that's not a bead curtain. That's a full-on. That's just a full-on curtain. A noren. Ooh, that's nice. It's a Japanesey thing. Man, that's fun. We might give a noren to the other village. Uh, so is it clear enough what that is? Flipping glances at what looks like orange clay structures, and as you get closer and break from the tree line, you see they are single-story round huts with squat conical roofs made of dried grasses. Place for the walls was likely red, but has faded to a pale orange, either as it dried or after long exposure to the sun, perhaps both. Those have holes serving as windows, but no glass. Instead, they are covered with curtains of bamboo and beads hung on string, forming vertical strips that can easily be parted. Okay. Strips that could be easily parted. They can easily be parted. That can be easily parted. Are we splitting the infinitive there? It can be easily parted. To be parted. No, they can easily be parted. It was right the first time, right? Fuck, I hate infinitives. Okay. Let me think. I might have to take a 5-minute break in a moment. Grab a slash. Just trying to think of what order I want to approach some of this shit in. Well, apparently Smithies don't really produce much smoke, only while starting up. So maybe we'll skip the smoke part. Maybe we skip that. So we'll just go straight into what would they be cooking? We'll have to think about that as well. Fuck me. I guess we have to consider what they're fucking farming, which is annoying. And then we split based on language. Okay. The fuck have I typed here? Language. Right, let me have a look at that language skill again for what it was saying about fluency. There's one rank with a home language you consider to be fluent with it, and you speak it with a noted black. If you possess two or more, then it's native. Okay. Oops. If only fluent. If only fluent. Um, that was a mark on my screen then, but it's not. It's literally. That was weird. That was so weird. It left a little stray red pixel there that was driving me nuts. So if only fluent verse but needs a DC 15. Let me just check any. that gives us some examples, right? So you can, if you've only got the Spanish fluency, not the native speaker, you can still converse, but like trying to get something across, like the go, that's going to require a check. Right. So the other option is, if we don't fall back to English with the same thing, right? The other option is, when you come across a foreign language native to your homeworld that you don't already know and that you haven't encountered in the course of an mission to date, you may make a languages check to see if you can get by using it, which is insane. The DC for the skill check is determined by the language type as follows: DC 15 for Spanish. With success, you gain 1 virtual rank with the language for the purpose of communication checks only. Language is not new to you, it's simply assumed that you learned it over the course of your education, or adult career. It just hasn't come up during the course of play before now. Yeah, I don't like that. I think we fall back to English as a safety net. And just increase the DC, so it's a DC 16 to explain the complex stuff. I think that's the best way to do it. And standardize some of the wording here as well. Requires languages check DC 16. Okay. We've factored all that in. We do need to describe the people, which is the next step. I think I'm going to call a quick 5-minute break here, grab myself a fresh drink and have a slash. There's no one around watching, so this is a good opportunity. I'll be back in 5 minutes. BRB. Oh my god, I'm back. All right, where did we get up to? Okay. So we're just finishing off this description. We need to describe the people, and also give them a name. So we probably want to look at some Spanish tribal names and variegate something off of that. So We'll make that a woman so that we can make this point about the trousers here. I think. I think we want to make these slightly shorter than average because we're setting the hill dwellers up as the aggressors in this conflict. So that should kind of help these people seem more persecuted, I guess. Make a 5-1. Let's go mid-20s. Guess that makes it a bit more approachable. I don't fucking know. Around 5-1 appears to be in a mid-20s. Let's note that it's so straight, dark, shoulder length hair. What color do we want to go for the old trousers? Brown's a classic, especially if they're farming. So maybe we go with brown. Yeah, we'll do it. I'm thinking like sturdy boots, sturdy work boots, and just leave it at that. This is sturdy work boots. Okay. Unusual feature. My brain just said elf ears, which I kind of hate, but we need to think about some unusual features here. I think it's time to brainstorm a little bit. Hmm. It could be a natural patination down the arms, maybe something that looks like tattoos, but are actually just markings, like a natural pigmentation. Um, I wonder if there's any specific things that would like lend itself a bit to selling. Well, no, because we don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to cement the aridity too hard. Maybe we lean away from that. I think we're definitely leaning towards some sort of skin marking. And maybe some bioluminescence. Or biofluorescence, even. Like maybe iridescent patches on their skin to catch the light. I'm looking into biofluorescence. But it generally involves a specific UV light, right? I see. Okay. So it wouldn't just be visible in normal sunlight. That is interesting, though. So we probably want like iridescence, right? For visible light. Yeah, when colors change based on the angle you're looking at them, like a peacock feather or an oil slick. Yeah. Wait, it only has one eye. I would have thought iridescence has two eyes. Guess I don't know shit. Okay. So I think we lean into that. I think we lean into iridescent skin. Patches of iridescent skin. As the unusual feature. So where do we want them? I feel like if we put it largely on the shoulders and upper arms, we can note it when we show the shirtless men. Oh my god. Iridescent skin patches on shoulders and upper arms. And that's gonna be the feature that defines them. We still need a name. Still need a name for these people. Right. So we want something that leans into that Spanish vibe, right? So let's find some Spanish tribal names. And see what we can sort of extrapolate from there. The Basque is an obvious leaning. The Mayans, I guess. Aztecs. Okay. A lot of that is from Latin America. What about for Iberia? Tartessians. I like that. I like that ending, Essian. So maybe Let me change this to Iberian. See if that gives us a wider spread here. Lusitanians. Arvachi. Adatani. There's a lot of Tanis. Oratani, Seratani, Lusitani. I mean, we could go with that as well. Let's have a little look at the Tartessians and the Seratani. Stems from Tartessos. So we could go something like Hartessian. Or we go with like a Tani suffix. I like the Essian thing. I like Hartessian. Which would make the village Hartessia, right? It will be a little bit weird if you have to default back to the English here, but I'm guessing like I feel like the having the Spanish speaker is probably a given. But if not, fuck it, it's done. We'll just have to live with it. It doesn't have to be like no one fucking pays attention to these details. I put all this shit in and then no one even pays any attention. It'll just be completely glossed over. They won't care that they're called the Hartessians and they're speaking English. They won't even realize it's a Spanish root. It is possible to overthink things, I guess, but I like to have the detail there. Right. So the clacking indicates they're made of lacquered wood. We've now got the name for the village. We've got the unusual feature, which we'll filter in later. So I think this is the point where this now descends into conversation. Do we want to have like an idiomatic greeting? Is it too much to lean into like one of those classic "May you find shade" style greetings? I think if we can find something short and punchy, maybe. But I don't want it to feel too forced. A simple like "hola" goes a long way, doesn't it? Regardless of which language path we took, it still works if we just you know, it's a simple enough. I think she's going to show about your intentions. That's your cue, right? Take over as players, lower your weapons, or don't, whatever you want to do. But like, present yourself to this person as you wish to continue. I feel is the indication there. I'm gonna note that the language sounds vaguely Mediterranean. Then that justifies the Ola. Fuck it, I thought I'd spelled Mediterranean correctly there. Oh, it's just the capital M. Fuck you. Right. So this transitions from exploration to social, if you're familiar with your states of play. At which point it's kind of over to the DM and players there. There's only so much you can help with on the social side when you're putting the module together. You can sort of note any conversational beats that are going to come up. But largely we go into sort of freestyle RP here. So what we really want to do is make sure we have answers to the players' questions ready for the DM. So let's start moving into DM advice mode here. We need to make sure the DM has the information he needs to run the people of this village as they see fit. And we should also present a couple of sample people. This chick straight away. Give us some personality, some history, and maybe have one or two others as well that the group can interact with, including like their medicine man, who's going to heal the rash if the player has the rash. And it gives them some points of entry as well. So if they have one person who's like medical in nature, it's an avenue into the conversation that they can approach. So likewise, we probably want one resistant male alpha archetype who is wary and distrustful of them as well. And then that gives the DM room to build their own potential conflicts around that sort of social framework. Okay, so where are we going with this? Straight into like DM advice. So a all right. So, what other information do we need to give here? We also need to consider the diplomacy check of getting them to trust. Let's have a little look at how diplomacy is preferred to be handled in this system. Use diplomacy to argue. Okay. So yeah, it uses opposed diplomacy checks rather than the crappy third edition level based DC system, which I'm fine with. So that means we do need to give our NPCs here a diplomacy. A diplomacy stats needed. Opposed rolls. Keep that in our mind as we go forward. Right. So, what other social skills do we have? Cultures. I don't think cultures is going to be super helpful because it'd be xenocultures. I mean, I guess cultures could help knowing about farming based peoples. Innuendo. Don't think we need to worry about. Sense motive. Let's have a quick look at cultures. Cultures trained only. Just learn about and apply an understanding of your homeworld's customs, dress, and common behavior for the purposes of blending in. Right. Okay. So it's a sort of social stealth. So we don't actually need to worry too much about that here because we're not infiltrating. So it would be like, xenocultures then in that case would be if you're disguised as a Jafar guard, making sure you don't look like you obviously don't know how Jafar society works. Okay. So we only really need to give them diplomacy stats, I think. Maybe some sense motive. Did they use innuendo to counter sense motive in this then? Was that just it's purely for like secret communication? Okay. Let's have a look on sense motive. Oh, so they use this as a social manipulation as well. Punch seduction, sense control. To see if someone's acting of their own free will, sense sincerity. Okay. So it's almost like it's a persuasion and sense motive rolled into one. But they have bluff, right? Yeah, they still have bluff. Okay. So we're gonna need to stat up. Those are gonna be our archetypes to start with. We'll maybe toss in a couple more. We should probably decide who the parent of the missing child is going to be and have them as well. So, child. Well, parent and child who goes missing. Just to start that personal stake here as well. So it's not just out of the blue when it happens. Right. In fact, we can just say here is some key information. We want to bullet this. Right. We may or may not change that and make it a surface river later. I haven't decided, but we're gonna want that to link to the ancient facility for when we pretend to flood it later. Okay. So other key beats. Let's note these skin features. Patches of skin on their shoulders and upper arms. That shift color in the sun from green to purple and back again. That without a H, because that doesn't belong there. Okay, got our skin features in. We need to note the hair thing. Yeah, with no obvious diversification. we'll have this sort of gender neutral hair vibe, I guess. Which I feel like works on a fairly rugged people. Right, trials and genders. I think that is dealt with. We've mentioned that they're Haptessians. We're going to stat some of them up. That's fine. What other information do we need to convey as this social scene unfolds? We've got to think about what sort of questions are the players likely to ask them. We'll also mention if the players took the long route. We'll recognize the rash they picked up. Recommend they see the healer or herbalist. Herbalist, I think. No, I think that sounds too specific. We'll go with healer. To remedy it. And we should probably... There we go. That keeps that thread alive a little longer. Even though it's only flavor, at least now it has some weight to it. Right. If the players for the long route, one of the villagers recognize the rash they picked up and recommend they see the healer to remedy it. They're probably going to ask if there's other people, so we can put that in a diplomacy check straight away. Other people, other settlements. So for opposing diplomacy, if we assume the players brought someone with diplomacy, we'd be looking at a 4 plus. I mean, optimistically a 2, but maybe a 3. I feel like we'd sit with a 2, so we'd average 6, DC 16 for 50%. I mean, I'm kind of happy to call it a DC 14. Well, it's going to be opposed, right? So actually, the DC doesn't matter on opposed diplomacy check, and then it's left up to the dice, isn't it? And if they can succeed, we just got to make sure when we stat these people up, less than 6. So to give them the sort of window of success that we want. Really, like, give them a +2. That's like a 20% shift. Oh, is that too much though? No, it'll be fine. If we assume that, I mean, to be honest, if we assume that equal rolls, so it's going to give them a 50% success chance. We could maybe even set it a +3. I might put +2 to +3, and we'll revise that as we think about it some more. Right. The players ask if they're with the people of the settlements. Their citizens grow a little resident placement seed on the. Yeah, okay. If they succeed, villagers will explain about the other tribe that we haven't named. And we'll put a section in there because that I think would be a nice trigger to have the other tribe turn up. Because we're working with televised style dramatic narrative here. So I think that would be the case of, oh yeah, there's these assholes that live nearby, and boom, there they are, right? Cue assholes, enter from stage left. All right, we can come back and fill this in with more questions as they occur to us. But for now, I think that section is ready. We need to think about adding just some stats for the villagers. Nothing too detailed, just a sort of a name. So name, personality, diplomacy stat. And I think that will pretty much give us all we need to actually allow the DM to run that person as is. So let's start with the woman they meet to start with. And we want to like lean into that Spanish theme for names as well. So let's have a quick look for some Spanish female given names. We'll try and avoid anything too obvious like Maria. And look into something a little I was gonna say a little spicier, but I don't think I mean spicier. We want to avoid things like Alejandra, Florencia, all that sort of shit is too on the nose, I think. But we still want them to be recognizably Spanish, right? We want that kind of thing of it. It feels good. Antonella is not too bad. It's a sort of diminutive form of Antonia, which again I don't hate as a possible. Carlotta, is that too Spanish? Catalina's good. I think Catalina rides that line just fine. Juanita, maybe a bit too strong. Isabel's definitely too strong. Carlotta, I think it's probably about where we want to peg it. Lorena's quite good. I think we'll go with Carlotta. I think we can make that work. Okay, Carlotta. Right. So Carlotta is going to be the female Hartessian. We don't need to italicize this. We'll just put it as DM notes. I feel like we play into that sort of like there's that classic sort of trope, isn't there? Of like the holiday waiter, the sexy outsider that's mysterious and stuff. So we'll have her like play into that to the male character, I should say, with the highest charisma stat. Intrigued by this mysterious and tall, don't forget. Because we've noted that these people are short, and we'll put that in the thing as well. And tall outsider. Okay, some good detail. We'll keep that in there. Right. I guess we'll also note the villagers interested in the party's unusual dress because they're most likely wearing BDUs and tack vests. And if the P90s are mentioned to be weaponry, the men take much interest in those. Okay. Right. God damn, we've done shitloads. We've done. Yeah, we've wrapped up the rash thing. I don't think there's any open threads from back there. I think we're good. Right, okay. So she's young, idealistic, and agreeable. She will take an instant shine to the male character with the highest Christmas stat, intrigued by this mysterious and tall outsider. And by contrast, whichever the male Hartesian is, he which is going to be most likely the CO, right? Because the CO is the one that's probably going to be giving orders to people. So we want a name for him, and again, Spanish but fairly masculine. Spanish male given names. And again, we want to avoid obvious stuff like Alejandro, Francisco, Gavino. Gavino is I mean, it's just Gavin with an O on the end. I hate that. Domingo, I could get behind. Does it sound masculine? Is it a strong name? I don't hate it. Dario, Dante. I'm going with a sort of somewhat plosive sounding thingy. Let me note Domingo, and I might change it because it does sound a bit like Flamingo. We can't go for Jose or Angel. Alonso, Alfonso. Claudio. Carlos is too much on the nose, given that we've gone for Carlotta. Christian. Gonzalo. Oh, Gonzalo's pretty good, isn't it? Gonzalo sounds like a douchebag. Sorry, got any Gonzalos in the world? I feel like we're going with Gonzalo. I like that a lot. Yeah. Rodrigo is also pretty good. Luciano. Maybe that's a bit too Spanish. Vicente. Marcel, of course. Okay, we're going with Gonzalo. I like Gonzalo. I think that's pretty good. Feels fairly strong. Right, Gonzalo is going to be... he's going to be the one that's tricky to deal with. So if we give Carlotta quite an easy diplomacy, we'll give her the +2, and we'll give Gonzalo a +4. Oh my god, I'm typing his name again. I'm an idiot. Diplomacy +4, which already makes him tougher to deal with. It doesn't matter if he's like if they struggle to win them over initially, because they're gonna win them over when they save them from the other tribe. That's gonna be the event that like buys them the social clout they need to then like deal with this. Ceasefire is not really the word, but an end to the hostilities, right? A peace treaty, essentially, a mediation. Okay. Right. So we'll want the herbalist as well. The healer. Should we have a male healer? Pablo is too Spanish. Pascal. Perez. Ramon. Oh, Ramon is a good douchebag name. Do we call him Ramon and make Gonzalo the healer? It's I don't know. There's something about the name Ramon that is just like, it just sounds really arrogant, doesn't it? And ultimately, we're trying to telegraph personalities here. So yeah, so maybe I'll have to figure out through the Spanish O in a moment. Ramon, and then Gonzalo can be the healer. In fact, is it just a case of Alt-GR with an O? It is. Oh god, I'm so smart. Look at that. Right, Gonzalo. So Gonzalo is going to be the healer. Gonzalo is An elder of the village. Oh, we could have a little side quest. A little trade for trade here. Let me have a look in these equipment bundles and see what sort of meds they have with them. Because there's that classic fucking Stargate trope, isn't there, of like, oh no, someone's injured, we can win your trust with healing by healing them with this paracetamol that we brought with us. It's magic, it cures everything. I'm thinking antibiotics is what I'm thinking of, right? Like, oh my god, I used to know names of antibiotics. Penicillin, I guess. But there's another one that's called, oh my god, something mycin. Is it strep? It's not streptomycin. It's something along those lines. Because this will be an interesting, if it's in one of the bundles that we earmarked. So there's no meds in the standard SG team bundle, because there's also a chance players pick this up with their gear picks. And then the mission bundles. Not in the diplomacy bundle. Which bundles did we assign? Whoops. Hey Thunder, how's it going, my dude? I've made quite a bit of progress. I'm sure you'll be super interested. Right. Investigation bundle. Science kits. Any 3 science kits. Patrol bundle, first aid kit. Okay, so we'll definitely look what's in the first aid kit. Puzzle bundle has 2 science kits as well, so we want to look at those. Scouting bundle. Nope. And test bundle, first aid kit, and a science kit. Okay, so plenty of access to first aid and science kits here. And they get a trail leader bundle for free, which is cool. Nothing interesting in that. Right, okay. Let me run you through what we've got. So I finished the short route. The short route basically just a lot more description, including the sort of rock and stuff like that, and then the rock slide. So just a little bit of a rock slide. DC 12, not too bad. Fail for 1d6 damage. Continue on. The long route is as it was yesterday. We got the radio damage, the fortitude save against the heat, and then just a little flavor where, as the group continues, The person in the lead brushes some vegetation aside, only to feel an immediate stinging sensation in their hand. The unassuming pale green leaves look slightly hairy on close examination, and the group decides to hack them away to press on. Basically, all this does is 1d2 subdual damage and a rash on the back of the hand, which then can be cured by the people in the village. So it's more of a flavor thing, really. And then the routes merge. We have a little climbing section that I talked about yesterday. And then the fight, I rolled up the creature. So the creature basically, it's just a basic sort of, 1/3 challenge rating monster. Goes down generally in a hit if you get lucky, or if you don't, it might take a second hit. And they have a cause panic ability. So basically 2 of them will use this ability in the first round. Anyone who fails their DC 12 will save spends their turn sort of panicking. So nothing too bad, just a little bit of lockdown. But, chances are if they do manage to lock someone down, it'll be one person, and you're almost guaranteed to lose 1 or 2 of the animals in the first round of combat, I would have thought. So, the action economy will quickly turn. And then we've got the village, which is what I've been starting to put together. So this is the village as it stands. You start to get glimpses of the buildings through the trees, flittering glances of what looks like orange clay structures, and as you get closer and break from the tree line, you see they are single-story round huts with squat conical roofs made of dried grasses. The clay used for the walls was likely red, but has faded to a pale orange, either as it dried or after long exposure to the sun, perhaps both. The huts have holes serving as windows, but no glass. Instead, they're covered with curtains of bamboo and beads hung on string, forming vertical strips that can easily be parted. The faint or strong, depending on route, smell of cooking lingers on the air. While it isn't specifically familiar, you're fairly confident that both meat and vegetables are on the menu. There's the faint sounds of singing, not a group performance, but isolated individuals singing to themselves, overlapping from time to time as people move around the village. Your character would get double critted in the face, probably. And then we've gone with a sort of Spanish vibe. We've sort of mainly hinged this on someone speaking Spanish in the group, but as a fallback, if there's no Spanish speakers, we just collapse back to an English default. But we increase all the diplomacy DCs by +1. In fact, I'll change DCs to rolls. To any opposed, just to make it clear that that's the villagers that get the +1. And we've also increased the languages check DC by 1 if we're falling back on the English thing as well. Basically just to reward the people who would have actually picked Spanish, which they probably would have. And then we've designed what the natives look like. So you see one of the natives emerge from the nearest hut. She's female, around 5'1", and appears to be in her mid-20s. She has olive skin and straight, dark, shoulder-length hair. She's wearing a loose-fitting white linen shirt and baggy brown linen trousers, tucked into sturdy work boots. Multicolored bangles adorn her left wrist, the clacking indicating they are made of lacquered wood. She catches sight of you grouped up at the edge of the village, and you can see surprise give way to confusion on her face. Hola, she says, clearly a greeting, but also a question. She seems unsure about your intentions. And then we've got like a bit of an info dump on the people. These are the Hartesians. They have iridescent patches of skin on their shoulders and upper arms that shift colour from green to purple and back again. Both genders wear trousers, no skirts or dresses. Both genders also have similar shoulder-length hair with no obvious diversification in styles. I should make it clear that's gendered diversification in styles. So they don't seem to differentiate between male and female haircuts. If they took the long route, one of the villagers recognized the rash and sent them to get it healed. The villagers are all smaller than average, with even the largest men being no taller than 5'8". And that's pretty much it. And then we've put together three basic personality profiles for our villagers. We have Carlotta, who is the friendly female, who is young, idealistic, and agreeable, who takes an instant shine to the male character with the highest charisma stat, intrigued by the mysterious and tall outsider. Then we have Ramon, who's the asshole of the group. And then we have Gonzalo, who is the healer. And that's basically just where I got to. And I was considering having the classic Gonzalo has a patient he's struggling with, and they can offer magic drugs, you know. You can mention the healer's name when you mention it. It makes it easier to search, I suppose. Where did I mention him? If the base took the long route, and recommend they see the healer Gonzalo. Right, so I'm looking at the first aid kits and science kits just to see what sort of stuff the players might have access to. In terms of drugs. Kit first aid, see page 210. Kit science, see page 217. Okay. First aid. So I'm guessing it's mostly bandages and poison. Long-term aid. Treating diseases. There's no specifying of any specific antibiotic drugs or anything like that. Right. So there's no specific mention of antibiotics that I can see. So we may just have to get creative here. I might look at see if there's a medic class. Just have a little look at the class stats. There's also specialities. Okay, medical is not listed as a speciality. So that's one thing to cross off. The scientist is more researchy. Scout is basically a rogue ranger hybrid. So there's nothing class specific that's going to help there. Okay. I mean, we do have the stats for Janet Fraser here, which might shed some light on as well. Let's have a little look at how she's built as the CMO. She is a scientist with knowledge biology. A knowledge medicine. Okay. So we could put it down to a knowledge medicine check, provided they have a first aid kit. That would be a perfectly viable way of going about this. And then at high level, she has a PhD in knowledge biology. I don't think we need to go that advanced. Okay. So let's think about having a knowledge medicine check with first aid kit drugs. To heal. That's not a word. To heal. Right. What's something easily healable with modern medicine that isn't healable in medieval times? All right. This is one of the areas where AI can be useful. Do the villagers have any good loot? I cast fireball. Pneumonia. That does require specifically antibiotics. Dysentery, though, like surely they would have something against dysentery if you were traveling off world. That seems like a pretty good show. Oh, it does mean I'm going to have to read up on dysentery, which is pretty grim. Because it mostly involves just shitting your pants till you die, right? You literally shit yourself to death. Dysentery. Delightful. Instantly seeing the words bloody diarrhea, I already regret this. It's a type of gastroenteritis. Fever, abdominal pain. We can lean into that, I think. Right, okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. The DM life. It starts well, you know, you're happily creating a Stargate world, and then you have to deal with bloody diarrhea. Who'd be me? Okay. Gonna have to be its own section. Okay. Okay. Uh, uh, how hard do we want this to be? How hard do we want this check to be? On the one hand, we want to reward them for even taking knowledge medicine and bringing a first aid kit, so I don't think it should be too difficult. I want them to have a decent chance of passing this. I'm thinking like a 65%, but only if they've invested. So if we assume that they have 4 ranks knowledge medicine, I mean, there's no guarantee what range the int would be. But if we peg it so they can't quite take 10, so DC 15, basically. I think that's where that's going. How long does it take to heal? Oh, dysentery generally resolves on its own within a week, so they're not in danger of dying necessarily. I thought you could die of it. Is that not a thing? I guess they die of the dehydration, right? It's supposedly a low-grade fever. Players aren't going to know this. We can play it up. It's fine. Oh, lovely. A picture of a cross-section of diseased intestines. How delightful. That is fucking grim. God damn, don't get dysentery, people. That is horrible. There we go. Treatment is managed by maintaining fluids using oral rehydration. If the treatment can't be adequately maintained, an ideal situation is no antimicrobial should be administered until microbial microscopy. Blah blah blah. Cool. Okay. It also recommends ciprofloxacin. Why am I paying so much attention to detail for the fucking specifics of dysentery? What is this rabbit hole I've gone down? Piss. Ciprofloxacin is a fluoroquinolone antibiotic used to treat a number of bacterial infections. Can be taken by mouth. Excellent. Azithromycin. It's antibiotic medication used to treat several bacterial infections. Okay, I think that's more likely to be something they'd have. It's used for malaria as well. Okay, we'll stick with that. Okay. Right. Okay. 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 Where next? We need to name the other tribe. That's the other thing we need to do is name the other tribe. Oh man. I like the idea of going with the Tani thing because in Iberia we had the Editani, the Contestani, the Oratani, and the Seratani. So something along those lines, I think, is where we want to be. And then logically, their village ends in Tan, so like Katan, Katani. We probably want to drift a little later into the alphabet, given that we've gone with H here. Let's just spitball some ideas and see which one sounds best. The Taratani, the Mauritani, the Yagatani. I hate that. That's too Japanese. PP, not PP. Pig. Nope, that's bad. I think Spanish. Pom 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 pom. Thinking like Pomodoro, Pomoritani. That too long? What about Priatani? Is that too much like penis though? Because of priapism. It's like the only word people know that begins with pre. We can get some more. Come on. S. We could do like Seratani with an S. We also just stick with like harsher letters. So I don't want to go for a G because Guratani is too much like Giratina, which is a Pokemon. E F G H I J K K K, a hard K K. Karatani. It's too much like carrots. Kakatani. No, that's bad. We got him that. No, we stay away from the K. I think that's just gonna be bad. I don't think a Q works very well. Although, like Akatani again sounds very Japanese, though. I think we can cross off the Japanesey ones. It gives the wrong impression. Vorkatani. Vorkotani? Question mark? I mean, it's going to be one of these. Village of Taratan. Yeah, from the village of Moritan. From the village of Pomoritan. That's terrible. From the village of Priatan. I don't hate that. From the village of Saratan. From the village of Vorkatan. Like Vorkatan. Oh, we need the parent and child as well. Fuck me, brain. How do you let me forget that? Okay. We've got decisions to make about the missing children. I feel like the missing children have to be one male and one female. We present the female missing first, then it's discovered the male is missing as well. Or we do it the other way. If it's a male missing from the other tribe, they would see that as like some sort of big insult, right? So if we say it's female on the Hartassian side, so if we go male parent, female child, and mirror that on the other side for some beautiful symmetry. Okay. What sort of age are kids sort of running off and getting into trouble? Like 8? I don't know much about kids. Like 10 is maybe a bit too old. Man, I need to. This guy sounds bad, but I need to see some children. I can't. I need to. I need to get in my head what they look like at certain ages to figure out. I'm not a parent, so I don't really have a frame of reference for what size children are at different ages, if that makes sense. How do I Google this without ending up on a list? Picture of a child at every age? No, I can't Google that. That's going to be bad. How do I? Child development. Sizes. Growth charts. God, it's such dicey territory. It's so sad we live in a world where you have to be this fucking careful about trying to educate yourself. Let's say 8 to 12. Will that 12, if I add the word years, do I end up on a list? Because all of these are 8 to 12 months. How do children aged 8 to 12 develop? Can I just see an 8-year-old, please? God damn it. Okay. Better plan. What I will do is I will put 8 years old for now, and then I'll ask my sister, who's had multiple children, at what age she thinks a child would run off and get into trouble playing. And then I won't get shot by the FBI. Exes and mail I'm playing with this 8-year-old daughter. Is we need a name for the male, name for the daughter. Osorio. Oh, that's a surname. Why is it on the fucking given names list if it's a surname? Fucking Wikipedia. Why you like this? Why you do this to me? Nahuel. Means jaguar. Oh, I love that. And then the daughter. Amaya is a pretty good shout. It does mean mother, though. Why would you give a child the name Mother? Like, I guess it's just optimism, right? I guess that's just the way things were. Marta. Marta's not bad. Translates as the lady. God damn it. The only thing that's better for children, just Maya. Maya as a name. It's basically just a derivative of Mary when it's used in Spanish. Yeah. Morena. Means brown haired. Of course it does. Paloma. Soraya. I can go with that. It's got vaguely celestial origins. Okay. Little mechanical benefit for having some backstory. How about that? Right. And then note to self, check if that's a sensible age that a child could feasibly go and get themselves in trouble. Right. We also need to give. He can also be diplomacy 2. I'm gonna give Gonzalo a 1. Okay. Village names. Okay, a little reward for that as well. Right, sweet. Hmm. Not another fucking bot. Oh my god. They're out in force today. Take your eyes off the chat for a second and in they come. Hey mate, love your streams. Add me on Discord. I don't think I want Moritani. We whittled it down to 4. I do like Vorkatani a lot, I think. I think Vorkatan as the name of the village is pretty strong as well. More than Seratan. Seratan is crap for the village, right? Terratan doesn't roll off the tongue very well. So we're left with Priatan or Vorkatan. I think both of those are really good. I like the sort of plosive of Priatan, but also, I mean, Vorkatan has the fricative in the center there, which is very good as well. Vorkatan, Priatan, Vorkatan. I'm just sort of flicking through some Stargate lore in my head to see if anything sounds too close to existing parts of the IP. Like, just making sure I'm not like naming anything too close to like an existing system lord or anything. Is there like a list of system lords I can get? List of system lords. Amaterasu, Anubis. I mean, a lot of the Egyptian ones are pretty obvious. Camulus, Cronus. Kali, Marduk, Morok. Nirti. Nirti was so good. The actress who played Nirti was such a good villain. I liked her a lot. And Hathor. Hathor was a really good fucking villain, actually, now that I think about it. And Zipacna. I liked Zipacna a lot. He was very cool. Sobek, Soka, Svarog, Tote, Tiamat. I don't remember Tiamat. Vritra controls the planet Prakiti. Okay. I think we're probably good with either of those. I'm going to go with Vorkatan. I think we go with that. All right. Okay, what else do we need here? Man. So do we want... So there's a few ways this could go. And this is like a big sort of key point that we have to decide of how exactly we introduce the second tribe and what the situation is. There's a world in which we allow the players, if they're smart, they would ask if there's other people. This tribe say yes. SG-12 go and meet them. Turns out they're assholes. They don't want to talk. And when they see SG-12 go back to Hartassia, they decide to attack. Because they think that they're helping their enemies, right? Then there's also just the completely unprovoked attack where they just... The Vorkatan just attack... and SG-12 defend, and then after the attack, they go to meet those people to try and like make peace and diplomatize them down. So it works the other way, right? So we're talking like speak first, then the attack, or attack first, then speak. The third option is not to have a combat attack at all. I want the attack though, because I feel like pushing the players to actually fend these people off non-lethally, because they can't just bust open the P90s and mow them down. They know they can't, right? It's against protocol. Hammond has already told them not to, like, you know, they can defend themselves, but don't go crazy. So, you know, these aren't gold. They're not coming in with staff weapons. They're going to be men with sticks. And we could even telegraph that by not giving them bladed weapons. Right? We could literally have it be men with sticks. I suppose it depends how high we want to scale the threat here. I mean, if we have it be like swords and spears, at least if SG-12 fight them off non-lethally with, like, you know, martial arts and sticks and stuff, and don't actually injure anyone too badly, it's going to be a lot easier for them to, like, mediate after the fact. And if we have SG-12 meet the Volkatani first, then they probably feel slightly responsible for the fight and are more likely to offer to mediate. Because then it feels like they've caused this. It's not a kind of, well, we'll have to leave you to your disputes because we're a neutral party. It's more kind of, well, okay, where our presence has kind of inflamed this. We have to deal with it. So I feel like that's the way to do it. But what if they don't? What if the players are just fucking idiots and they never say, like, are there any other people that live nearby? So we need a fail-safe for that. So what if they've got one captured? What if the Hartessians are holding a Volkatani prisoner? Right? How about that? They caught him doing something. They've captured him. They could even capture him spying on them whilst SG-12 are there. Like, you know, they're sitting around the fire, they're chatting with these people, and then one of the men comes in. I caught this Volkatan sneaking around outside the camp. That was an extremely racist voice. I won't do that again. You get the point. It was meant to just be generic foreign voice, but I suppose you've got to be careful. I don't hate that. The sudden, you know, as the conversation winds down, it's a good story beat, right? Because sooner or later, the players are going to have finished their talks with people and be looking for something to do, and that's how you move it on, right? So let me make some notes about this because I'm gonna break off and go eat. So that's as far as I'm going with this. But I will just jot down those notes so that I know for next time. So very quickly, as convo winds down, one male drags a captured Vorkatani into the firelight. He was caught spying, which already suggests that SG-12 have drawn the attention. Now, from there, SG-12 can intervene. Maybe offer to talk to the Vorkatani tribe or escort the man back to them, depending how well they roll on their diplomacy. SG-12 meet with the Vorkatani tribe, who are not hostile, but what's the word for slightly less than hostile? Oh man. What is the word for slightly less than hostile? Guarded, wary, unreceptive. Yeah, those are great. Guarded, unreceptive. Let's still meet with the Vorkatani tribe. Guarded, unreceptive. Their efforts at diplomacy are rebuffed. They return to Artesia. The Vorkatani attack. After being driven off, SG-12 can mediate the conflict. Boom. Right, okay. There's the outline. That's where I'll pick up from next time. I don't know when that's going to be. It's a funny week. I don't know whether I'm working during the days or not. The joys of being self-employed. We will have to see what the workflow is like. But when I come back to this, I guess we're going to work through that section and figure out how it all fucking works. Oh, good stuff. Great work, people. Thanks for joining. Thanks for lurking. It's been a blast, and we did slightly better than we did yesterday when we tried this, so changing the category seems to have worked out for us. I'll remember that going forward. We'll be back in an hour and a half for some Solasta Crown of the Magister multiplayer, which we will be playing, the three of us. It's a 5e D&D RPG. And I may or may not be back tomorrow morning, afternoon time, with some more of this. I'm going to go eat. I'll see you later. Bye.